take our seats, please. Morena tātou katoa. I will ask Tame, sorry. I will ask Tame to do our opening karakia. Oh, I didn't even have my microphone on.
Atamari e kia tātou katoa I tēnei ata e marengi ana. Ngā roimata o te rangi I rungi I a tātou I tēnei ata. Ka nui te mihi atu. Kia koutou mihi ana ki te manu kāhui Port Southgate. Ngā mema o te kauni hera e mai ana. Mo te hapore o kirikiri roa tēnei te mihi atu te rātou hoki. Kia koutou I hara mai te whakarongo, te whakarangatira te tehi atu kaupapa ākua nei. Wai o mā lānsa karanga te ingo te rā rangatira kei te noho ki muri nei. Koutou e puporu tuhi I ngā kōrero te wā. Me te ātāhua hoki te pānui I ngā kōrero huri no I tō tātou rohe. Ka hoka ngā kōrero pai e tehi kia tūpato ki e rā mō kōrero. Engari, koe rā e kore tāe te tini, te kaupapa I kohi I a rātou. Nō reira e tātua manaki tia rātou me tō tātou koeni nā wai hono I te pō. Ko te hunga ko whetu rangitia ko huri hea hei karu ki ata mō matariki, moi mai I rote tāriki. Nō reira koutou e hui tahi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ka heke.
Kia ora Tama. Thank you very much for setting us off in a good direction for the rest of the day. Good morning and welcome to everyone, including those who have come in the public forum. Always good to see people who take the time to come into council, and it's a daytime meeting, so that's not always very easy. Before we begin the formal meeting, however, I have a very pleasurable activity to start the day, and Cliff knows what this is. So, I would like to congratulate and recognise our most deserving staff member, Cliff Whitaker, who is there in the front row. Do come forward. Do come forward, Cliff, to the seat. Thank you. I'm going to give a little bit of your life history. I had the privilege last year with Deputy Mayor Angela of attending long service wards, and at that stage, everybody, Cliff was presented with a 50 years of service to Hamilton City Council. 50. So I'm here to tell you today that has now clocked 51 years of service to our council. In addition, that makes him the longest serving council employee ever. So thank you and congratulations on your long service. Now, I'll tell you a little bit of a potted history that we got at the 50th, which has only changed by 1 year. So he started working in the Claudelands Depot way back, 16th of May, 1973. And he was 15. He was 15. So worked for a little while there. And then he worked as a labourer in different parts of drainage. He moved into a construction role. He worked on pump stations, went to the wastewater treatment plant. Then he moved on to a leading hand role and worked in pump stations for 10 to 15 years. Worked on more construction of mainline water and stormwater. And you know how much we do appreciate the core infrastructure that the city relies on. So this is core work. Looked after drainage and sewer blocks. Yuck. And pump stations, and then moved out to become an inspector role, which he's doing now. So you can see that it's a huge journey. Actually, he didn't ever think that he was going to be an inspector at council. He wanted to be a policeman, didn't you? Yeah. When he left school when he was 15 and started at council because his father helped him get a job. He's also been a very good rugby player in his day. He applied for the police force but missed out, and that is to our benefit, to be honest, but sorry that you missed out on the police. But we are really glad to have had you working with us. You've spent well over 104,000 hours on jobs, and for 25 years you've worked 6 days a week at times, 10-hour days. You've just really put in everything, heart and soul, into the job. And so today, it is my great pleasure on behalf of council and staff to give you a gift and say our warmest congratulations to you. We know that you won't be with us for another 51, but we do hope that you'll stay as long as you are enjoying working here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Please feel free to...
Mahi o tō tātou whare makatea, e mihi ana ki a koe, e whakamana wana i a koe, e tēnā koe, Cliff.
Thank you.
Cliff, would you like to say a few words, or up to you?
Yeah, it's doesn't seem like 52 years. It's 52 years next month, actually. So.
Yeah.
But I still can remember the first week I started, but I can't remember the day. I think it was a Wednesday when I Googled it this morning, because it said that pays used to be from Wednesday to Wednesday. So you always got the big pay because you worked on the weekend, so it was quite good. So, but now it's been I've seen a lot of things come and go, but it's I'm planning to work until I get to 55 years, so and hand a bit more knowledge on. But no, I really enjoy it, and thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Cliff. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
I thought I'd hung around for a long time, being nearly 25 years in politics, but nah, I'm just a baby in it. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. We have apologies for an early departure from Councillor Van Oosten, and partial attendance in the way of a 30-minute pop-out during the day for Councillor McAdoo. Also move, Anna was second, all in favour, opposed, carried. As the confirmation is as approved, declarations of, and so I'll move that the gender is confirmed, and Louise will second, all in favour. Declarations of interest, are there any? Councillor McIndoe.
Just my standard one, that I chair the Te Whakakorawai board, and when we get onto the antisocial behaviour, it is relevant to the things that Te Whakakorawai is discussing.
Yeah, thank you. I think that can just be noted,
Yeah.
but I don't think there's any reason to
I don't feel conflicted, but I just felt I need to let you know.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Well done. We'll move that be noted. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
I have a particular interest in item 12 through the consultation process. So I've taken advice from governance and note that I am not conflicted and will take part.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll note that those declarations of interest be noted. Also move, and Sarah will second, all in favour. Okay, now we'll go to the confirmation of the open minutes of March the 20th. Also move. Do I have a seconder, please? Moko, any questions or matters arising? Have I missed public forum?
Yes, please. Can you just go back?
Let me just do this one. Have I missed any matters arising? No. We'll move that. All in favour? Opposed, carried. And apologies, I missed public forum because it's not here, but I did know about it, so apologies. We have Ray. You a public forum? Me? Yes? Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't know you'd come for public forum, but I apologise for that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for the invitation to come here this morning. My story starts at the point of where Standard & Poor's gave a credit downgrade to this council. The second step of the story is that multiple developers are claiming they're leaving Hamilton because of the difficulty of working with Hamilton City Council. The books are telling us that we're possibly bankrupt, or even insolvent because we're unable to pay our day-to-day fees because we're going into debt to pay for those expenses. Ewan asked a question a few meetings ago, how did we get here? The answer, or some of the answer, is actually in the report in today's minutes, the one that I'm speaking to. It's a very complex report. It's full of detail. It requires significant technical expertise to actually understand what they're saying. And it raises the question as to how many around this table have actually read that report, word by word, and understood what they were saying. The underlying statement in that report is to continue on a business as usual approach. If it is to continue on a business as usual approach, I hate to think where our bankruptcy and insolvency level lies. Billions of expenditure is hidden in that report. It isn't detailed sufficiently to understand the impact of each project. There's no account of the review that was talked about 2 weeks ago in terms of halting this type of expenditure in order for a review to take place, for us to understand the position that we're in and whether there's actually a better position for us to be in. We've got ongoing waste of money on consultants' reports when we've got highly paid staff who should be more than capable of delivering a report to this council. The issues with the report is there's no feasibility as part of the outcome expected. With the feasibility, we can understand some of the risks that we're exposed to. For example, some of the projects that have been done here, no geotech's been done before the project starts. Consequence? Oh, bugger. We've got problems with the soil, which we could have identified before we started the job properly. The budgets appear to be a guess. Why? Because there's no feasibility done. There's no options on the table as to how one could actually do it better. No accountability for the outcome, and project management is highly questionable. So a suggestion. Learn from Winston Churchill. He's been in this position. He's dead now, of course. He had to solve a world war. And how did he do that? With all the ramifications of the conflicts politically that he had to deal with, he said simplicity. Simplicity was the answer. We need things in front of us that we can understand, that you guys can understand. Reject the report. It's not suitable. It's not suitable for you guys to actually digest and understand and make a decision against. I'm part of a group who's looking to see Hamilton looking a lot better than it currently is. And I hope together we can be successful with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We only have 8 seconds. Not really time for a question, but that was quite clear. Thank you. And
Okay.
you'll be able to listen to the debate
Thank you.
on it. Thank you very much for taking time to come in. Okay, thank you everyone. We did the confirmation of open minutes because I was ahead of myself. Apologies for that. Now we'll get back on track. We're on item 6, which is confirmation of member open briefing notes on the 19th of March. I'll so move. Is there anybody to second? Louise will second. Thank you. All in favour? Opposed, carried. Bringing us on now to the confirmation of the elected members' briefing notes on 9th of April. I'll so move. Is there a seconder, please? Emma? Oh, Ewan, thank you. Any questions arising? No, being so, well, it's moved. All in favour? Opposed, carried. Thank you. You're catching the online ones, aren't you? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so now we're into the Chair's report. A couple of small corrections in the Chair's report, but I'm really largely going to take it as read, but I do want to make a few small comments. The one correction is the reference to the trip to Korea says join distinguished leaders from sectors in other sectors in New Zealand. That's incorrect. It's to join distinguished leaders from global distinguished leaders. It's that I am the New Zealand representative on this trip, and there will be representatives from all around the world, but a small number, is less than 15 altogether, that get selected through this process. I'm using that as a professional development opportunity for myself as well, and it comes, the costs are completely covered at the Korea end. So I'm quite excited about what I can learn from that course and how much I can input and share information about Hamilton, a lot of which I will be able to rely on the great work that was done in Chengdu at the International Friendship Cities Cooperation Development Conference that was attended by Ewan, Maria and Blair. In many ways, the groundwork has been very well done for me from that trip. I do want to say a vote of thanks to those 3 people who attended on our behalf, and I have seen and had feedback that they were well received and did an excellent job in conveying the opportunities that Hamilton has for economic and cultural ties to Chengdu, which is our sister city. So thank you very much, everyone, and Ewan took a lead in many of the presentations and did a very good job, so thank you. And I understand you saw pandas, and I just want to make that note. Who isn't jealous of anyone who gets to see pandas in the real flesh? That aside, though, it was a serious amount of work, and thank you very much. Now to talk about the recommendation, which is going up. Yes, please, Amy. The Global Cities Network is sending a delegation of about five to seven New Zealanders, mayors, to an event hosted by Chengdu. It actually was originally intended to happen before COVID, and then when COVID hit in Wuhan, the trip was cancelled, and there hasn't been one since at Chengdu. Compounding with that is the fact that we have a very special relationship with Chengdu this year because it's the 10th anniversary of our friendship. And we have been asked to co-host the Global City event with our Chengdu municipal partners. And they have made it quite clear that they would like the attendance of myself as mayor on this most auspicious occasion. And I didn't think I could make it because of the Korea, but then I realised that I can take a short addition from Korea across to Chengdu and back at a very minimal cost and do both things. And that's what I intend to do. I'm joined by Lance as the Chief Executive, which is also appropriate on this trip. You've got the new thing up? Yeah, so there it is, thank you. So, couple of things on there. Let's do the China one first, and I'll come to the LGNZ conference. I am asking for approval for myself and Lance to go, having noted that we have already indicated our willingness to represent the city to the partners and to the Consular General, to the Embassy and to Chengdu Municipal. And also allowing other members, of which there are 2, who are quite excited to participate and contribute to this event, to use their professional development fund to attend. And that is Councillor Wilson, who, of course, would offer continuity as Chair of Economic Development, and Councillor Van Oosten, who hasn't spent her professional money and would who would add a lot as Chair of Finance, but also has the opportunity to learn in her professional development capacity around this important aspect of diplomatic and sister city relationships. So I support both. That's there for your consideration. In terms of B, you will be well aware from previous years that we have a delegation by conference of delegation for up to 3, from whom many of you sitting here have benefited in the past, to go. And when we've had more people go, rather than saying no, we have then defaulted for the additional money to come out of professional development. So out of fairness, everyone has had a chance to attend the conference. I am suggesting, because Maria is new and there is a great deal of value in her coming alongside me, that she attend the LGNZ conference covered by the conference by resolution budget, which has applied to other people who have previously gone on this, had this opportunity. So it's no different from anyone else's treatment in this respect. So she will be able to come attend the conference, but also attend the AGM. And should as anything happen to me, at that conference, she would be the alternate, therefore, for voting on AGM matters. So it's really important that I am supported at the AGM for the votes. Any questions on the resolutions, anyone? Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Oh, thank you. I was just listening to your comments, and thank you for your chair's report. However, what you said is not, and I did email Amy, in the D, that reads like there's a transfer from all the other members' allocations.
No, sorry, it does, but it's not intended. There are some offers of if one of the travellers does not have enough in their professional development because they're fully expended or whatever, that another member can transfer their unused portion to allow them to go.
And is that from this financial year or the next?
This financial year, isn't it?
This financial year.
This financial year.
Cool.
Because, of course,
clear.
without opening up a can of worms, there have become different rules in the election period for what you're able to do with your professional development. So that's being
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
Angela.
thank
I think you're absolutely right. The intent looks like coming from anyone type thing. Thank you. The words. Any other questions?
No question, Nicola, but I wonder if you would mind if I
No, I do
quietly
not
address
mind. Sorry, and I forgot that in trying to cover all the pieces. Please
report.
allow me, councillors, to let Ewan, he appended his report. We all saw it. Excellent report, and I totally endorse Angela's email comments back to you. It's probably one of the most fulsome and best reports we've had from someone attending something externally. So thank you very much for that. It was very good base. Would you like to talk to your report?
Yeah, very, very briefly. I won't repeat what's in the report. The report's there. I've circulated it to everybody. I do want to comment on a couple of things. The first thing I want to comment is the pleasure of having Councillor Maria on this trip. The cultural, the insight, the assistance was both respected and really enjoyed. And Blair's assistance and insight was very, very helpful. And I have to say that I felt that the New Zealand delegation would walk into a room and most delegations would say, hey, come and sit here, Kiwis, because we seem to have a really good relationship. And I think that reflects both Councillor Maria and Blair's good work on the ground. The other comment I would make is Chandu is not just some ordinary sister city. It has been a very generous sister city for Hamilton. It's funded a school choir to go to Chengdu. It's funded marathon runners. It's offered opportunities for the chief executive to send members of our management team to learn from a city that is growing rapidly and has 21.5 million people. And I think it's something we should embrace. And so I wanted to elevate the fact that sister cities in this context is a huge economic driver. And I think council needs to be very clear that there is a benefit from these types of relationships. And in my debate, I will articulate what those benefits are. But I just wanted to say, as the lead, I really appreciated Councillor Maria and Blair, and I thanked for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a very good coverage of your report. Apologies for missing that off. So, any questions of Ewan or I before we go into the resolution and the debate? Okay, so I will so move, but I do need a seconder for the... Eh? Maria moved, and I was seconding. That's entirely right. Thank you very much. So we'll go into debate, and actually you're the mover, so you speak first and you have your right to reply as well.
Well, tēnā koutou. To the public forum, thank you, Ray. Thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts on the report, and I hope you stick around to hear what happens in that space. Tuatahi ake e hihina ki te mihi atu ki a koe taku kahika, taku koromatua, mea Paula, o tira ki a koe Angela, ko ruatahi I whakai ki a tahatai atu ai ki roto ia Chengdu. I want to send my heartfelt thanks to yourself, Mayor Paula and Deputy Mayor Angela and the wider council for your trust and your support to accompany Ewan and GM Blair as well to Chengdu. The experiences were mind-blowing, mind-stretching, and there is so much to learn and to gain from that relationship. So I am excited that we will be represented by our most senior officials from our council, and hopefully with Councillor Maxine and Councillor Ewan in a couple of weeks' time. And it was impressed upon us that while we were there at Chengdu, that they hoped to see Mayor Paula, along with her team, present at that kaupapa. And as Mayor Paula said, there will be 5 to 7 other mayors from Aotearoa, New Zealand there, and it only makes sense that we are there represented as the only sister city within Aotearoa to Chengdu. I don't need to continue to wax lyrical because it's in the report. Ewan has also supported that kōrero and Paula as well. I think it's highly valuable that we have a diverse team that represents us, so having Blair there was invaluable. And being the junior in my career as a politician and councillor, to Ewan, I really appreciated your manaki towards me. So I do hope that the council supports this resolution.
Thank you. Any further debate on this? Ewan?
I wanted to highlight the strategic importance of deepening Hamilton's sister city relationship with Chengdu, a city of 21.5 million and a gateway to one of the world's most significant economies. New Zealand was the first developed country to sign a comprehensive free trade agreement with China. That agreement remains a cornerstone of New Zealand's trade policy, and it creates real, tangible opportunities for Hamilton exporters, education providers, and innovators. But in today's uncertain and increasingly competitive global environment, access alone is not enough. Relationships matter, especially in China. That is why our sister city relationship with Chengdu is uniquely valuable. In China, local government relationships can open doors that national agreements alone cannot to Hamilton businesses. Chengdu's leadership takes sister city partnerships very seriously, and that puts Hamilton in a privileged position, one that cannot afford to be underutilised. If we want Hamilton businesses to expand into China, if we want our tech, our education providers, our food producers, our innovators to grow, then this relationship must be a lot more than just ceremonial. It must be activated. And that means investing in exchange, in dialogue, and in partnerships that are commercially meaningful and culturally grounded. We have a plan that will open more trade opportunities for Hamilton businesses. We need to activate it. In challenging trading conditions, cities like ours must think globally and act strategically. Strengthening our ties with Chengdu isn't just good diplomacy, it's smart economic development.
Thank you, Ewan. I've got Maxine and then Emma, or not sure which order that was. Maxine, anyway.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support of Hamilton taking part in the Mayoral Forum in Chengdu, and to back you, Mayor Paula and Councillor Ewan, in your attendance. Reading your delegation report, Councillor Ewan, really opened my eyes to just how important this relationship is. Chengdu isn't just another city, it's one of the biggest economic hubs in China, and we're incredibly lucky to be their sister city in New Zealand. That's a huge deal. What stood out most to me was how seriously Chengdu takes this relationship with Hamilton. Their generosity, whether it's funding the school choir or hosting the athletics or inviting our leaders, it shows a really deep commitment, and that's not just symbolic. They want real long-term connection. It's inspiring to me personally to dig deeper into how we can use this partnership to grow opportunities for Hamilton, not just in trade or tourism, but also in cultural exchange and city-to-city diplomacy. And I personally look forward to, if I have the opportunity, to learn as Councillor Maria has. So I think showing up really matters. Our presence at the forum is expected and anticipated, and I fully support Mayor Paula and others leading that effort, and would be proud to play a part if that's an opportunity that I can contribute to. I'd also like to note that I have adequate PD budget to cover the airfare costs that would be incurred. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just quickly, I want to thank Councillor Ewan and Councillor Maria for representing Hamilton and Chengdu, and particularly Councillor Ewan for his fulsome report, which clearly highlights the reciprocal value and benefits we have enjoyed as being a sister city. We're really blessed to have Chengdu's support as a sister city, and I fully support a delegation going and accepting the offer of hospitality to support future growth and creating appropriate partnerships and trading between our two cities. So I support the motion today and look forward to a continuing and prosperous relationship with them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, thank you. I just also want to acknowledge Councillor Ewan and Councillor Maria for their trip and their great networking and relationship building, and appreciate the work that's going to happen going forward also. I just wanted to pick up on another aspect of your Chair's report, Mayor Paula, in terms of your advocacy to our Minister of Social Development, Minister Upston. I think this is really critical work that we do, and I think it can't be, underestimated, the importance of that advocacy, especially at the moment. We know we've got an increasing homeless population in Hamilton, and that there are tent sites popping up around the city. It really is quite a dire situation, and our ministers do know about the issues, but we haven't seen much of a response. So I just want to encourage our advocacy and appreciate the work that you're doing in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, I just want to add my voice. Ewan produced an excellent report, the most in-depth report I've seen on the recent visit with Maria and Blair to Chengdu. And he's talked to me specifically, well, mentioned to me some great opportunities that there are specifically, which he's targeting and as Chair of Economic Development and our sister city leader, and is keen to progress that, and I'm quite excited about that. some specific projects there which could be really benefit our city. So I'm keen to, at the moment my PD budget is unspent, and I'm keen for my some of my budget to go to you and to help him on this quest. You know, I think we've it's been a long relationship, and if there's criticism of sister city relationships generally, it's probably that there's a lot. It feels like there's a lot of ceremonial and how much bang you're getting for your buck. But I do sense with Ewan at the helm, actually looking at some specific opportunities that we are on the cusp of something. So I'm very happy to support that.
Deputy Mayor Angela.
Thank you. Yeah, just echo what my colleagues have said and want to acknowledge Councillor Wilson and Councillor Hawata for their recent overseas trip. I'd also like to put on the table for the next council, whether I'm here or not, that you know, if sister city relationships are going to be important, then they need to be given the gravitas in the council chamber and within the governance structure, whatever that might look like. I think to date it's been a very reactive approach when we get these invitations in, and then we're sort of scrambling to understand what the invitation coming in is going to fund. We're always very conscious of spending money on these things. And I think partly is because we haven't really told the story, because Sister Cities isn't involved in our governance structure. There's no subcommittee around it. There's no true formal reporting, so that the whole of the council has eyes over it. That story and the benefits to the community and the wider region, in fact, are not being told. So that would be my wish out of for the new council to really, if that's what they're going to decide to do it. I wish the next delegation all the best, and look forward to seeing yet another great report and some excellent questions. I've not in 18 years been overseas, not for lack of the occasional invitation, but when you're the deputy mayor and the mayor's away, someone's got to look after the office. So I'll live virtually through you all. So all the best, and I know that you'll do a wonderful job representing our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No, I might take a turn then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support, everyone today. I endorse the comments made by everyone. Just in terms of the sister city stuff first, I absolutely endorse Angela's comments. And I just want to make the point that we've actually seen more delegations come here than we have sent over to our sister cities by great number. And Angela and others have often played a role. Ewan has played a role in hosting our sister cities here, mostly at their own cost with their own generosity. We have struggled for a decent budget for this, this part of our work, and embarrassingly so sometimes, with a limited budget for hospitality or gifts, which are an appropriate cultural part of international relations. And that's got to change, because we have to do these things on a shoestring budget and run around looking for ways to do them correctly. So that does need to change in the future city, in future councils. Just, but thank you for your opportunity. I think Ewan, myself, Maxine will carry on the good work of the previous delegation of Ewan, Maria and Blair, and we will do us proud. And we will certainly be on the global stage in terms of our relationship and the 10th year anniversary. So thank you very much. Just a small comment in terms of, and also, sorry, I'm really glad that the Chief Executive is coming with us, because he will add a lot of gravitas and a lot of information about the overall organisation with him. So just in terms of the letter, I just wanted to touch on that because I'd forgotten actually to mention that. We did get a reply. We wrote to Minister Upston. We got a reply from Minister Bishop, which I circulated to you, which tended to focus in on homelessness rather than the broader challenge that we laid down, which is social services are struggling. So at some workshop soon, when we get into, again, to consider those issues, I'll be asking you whether you would like me to have another go or a different, attack it in a different way. I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't get any commitment from government to look at social issues and mental health and well-being and those kind of things. So, yeah, no, that's something to keep going on. Thank you, everyone. Right of reply, Maria?
So just to quickly echo Councillor Anna's mihi to you, Mayor Paula, for the continuing advocacy in the space that you just mentioned, and we have to be persistent, so yes, please continue. Also, Deputy Mayor Angela, you are correct for future councils to consider putting the gravitas behind this kaupapa of sister cities and thinking about how we mesh that into governance and having some kind of subcommittee, so it gives it some real true leverage going forward. Also to add, with the delegation that will be attending in a couple of weeks, the Murals Forum, there will be an exchange of the pandas that they are gifting us. So it is important that we are there, ākanohi, face to face to receive that. We have also commissioned a pūtātara conch shell to gift to them too, and we will speak further on how that's going to happen. It is hoped that alongside Deputy Mayor Angela, myself and Moko, Councillor Moko, will host a delegation at the same time here in Kirikiriroa, so it's important as us as mana whenua, tangata whenua, to receive them here in Aotearoa, which is why I was happy to support Councillor Ewan and Councillor Maxine going on behalf of the council, so that we can hold the mana of our people here in our whenua and our land. So I have nothing more to add. Kia ora.
Thank you. Just for public clarity, we are not receiving a live panda. You know, much as we might like them, did you know they cost $1 million a year to maintain, and they only eat special kind of bamboo, right, Ewan? But we are receiving, but you will love it. It will be almost life-size, and look, don't want to spoil the surprise, but we are exchanging significant gifts. Thank you, I shouldn't be debating, but thank you, Maria, for your commissioning, for getting tangata whenua, local tangata whenua, to help with the return gift. So we really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Go to the vote. On the board, please.
If I have any left over, Ewan, I'll share it with you. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Is that contingent on him bringing a real live panda back? Yeah, thank you. What? I think I've recommended some. I've moved a set of recommendations, but of course subject to Council's will and discussion. Thank you, Ray.
Atamare koutou, ko Rebecca Whitehead tōku ingoa. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rebecca Whitehead, the Customer and Community Services Unit Director here at Council. This is a procedural report to seek a determination to initiate a review of bylaws related to public spaces and the management of antisocial behaviour within the city. And this is following a direction provided by Council, the committee, to staff at the 3rd of April Community and Natural Environment Committee. The report recommends a comprehensive review of 3 of the bylaws: safety in public places and alcohol control, complemented by a limited scope review of waste minimisation bylaw. Staff recommend that conducting the reviews as a cohesive program of work, which will enable us to deliver a well-coordinated and efficient process, and it'll align with related policy and legislation reviews which are happening at present, and that'll enable and affect us to deliver carefully considered amendments across a suite of enforcement documentation. Additionally, it optimises the use of staff time and our consultation resources. Staff also highlight that a further update on will be provided to the June Community and Natural Environment Committee on the ongoing discussions we're having with the Hamilton CBD Interagency Group, outlining the identified gaps and opportunities to support the street community here in Hamilton and Council's role within these initiatives. And so following feedback from councillors, the motion has been updated, and Amy, if you would put that up for me now, and just to provide a more holistic view of the work that we're doing in this space and to ensure that that all elements are documented at this stage. So with that introduction, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Hit the discussion button. No, there aren't. There we are. Councillor Hutt.
Good morning. On page 29, there's a climate change impact statement, which sort of gives the normal blurb of no. But I am really concerned that actually climate change is a massive part of some of the so-called antisocial behaviour that we're seeing. Can you speak to any work that we've done in terms of identifying how climate change is overlapping with this behaviour?
So in my discussions, I have tested this with the waste minimisation team in particular, and because this is related to the update of the bylaws and not the behaviours themselves, it wasn't feeling that that was appropriate to comment on in the report. However, when we get to the point of the review and we articulate the behaviours and the ways we're trying to address and change those, then those reports will cover the impact.
Okay. And I also was just curious about the term antisocial behaviour, because that's a pretty broad brush approach.
Sure.
Can you give me any specifics of what this may include or may not include, and what we might be going out to the public in terms of consultation with?
Sure. I think you raise a very good point that it is a very broad term, and there are different perceptions of what antisocial behaviour may or may not be. I think the benefit of this process is that we will go to the out to consultation with the community and take quite an inclusive approach. So we'll hear the feedback from all of the stakeholders in the community, and then we'll test those from a legal perspective to see whether they meet thresholds around offensive nuisance, and certainly would not be looking to include anything that would breach the Bill of Rights within the Act. But it's specifically broad because it is a number of things that are categorised as antisocial. You probably can see that from the number of bylaws that are in the scope of a review, and we'll be better able to articulate what changes we need to make as we work through the review.
In terms of the alcohol bylaw, has there been anything identified that we have that we would like to change in there, or is it simply because it's up for review?
The bylaw itself is up for review, and without predetermining the things that we might decide as a result of that, it is 10 years old. So when we think about how the city's grown and changed, and where there might be restrictions we would like to put in place as a result of that growth. So if we think about different suburbs, Hamilton East, for example, other places around the city we might want to cover off. The other thing about the bylaw review occurring at this time is it would enable us to do it in line with the local alcohol policy, and that would ensure that those two documents work well together and are comprehensively aligned.
Okay. Those are my questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you, Rebecca, for the report. We've got E up there that notes a further report will be presented to the June Community Committee on opportunities to support the street community. In that report, are we able to have some, as much as possible, a clear picture with data around what is happening on our streets and in Hamilton right now in terms of homelessness, pressure on mental health services, pressure on food banks?
Yes, we'll endeavour to work with the interagency group to include that detail in the report.
Cool. Thank you. And I'm just going to, in regards to, so just to confirm the process, essentially we need to say that the public safety and public places bylaw is the most effective tool in order to start the review. But once we complete the review and have all the information before us, then we actually make a decision as to whether we do need changes or not to that bylaw.
Correct. And in the case of other bylaws recently, you may go through that process and make a decision to, I don't imagine you will in this case, but revoke the bylaw or to the extent of the changes. But today is about a determination. For us staff to be able to commence the work, we can't commence without it. And then from here, we'll work through the stages and report back as identified in the report to Council.
Cool. Thank you. Cool.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks for the report. Why are you recommending this approach as opposed to some original suggestions from myself about a very series of focused bylaws to target the antisocial behaviour?
Sure. Thank you for that question. We received advice from Tompkins Wake about the best approach to address those matters that arose from your feedback. And where we landed was that they would still require a review of the bylaws, and there are procedural requirements to any bylaw review. So the time it would take would be roughly the same. And so it's staff's belief that if we are going to review them, given that the timing would still be the same amount of time, that this approach, a full review and making sure it's comprehensive and aligns to other supporting documentations, will deliver the best outcome overall.
And the cost effectiveness versus one or the other?
It's not significantly different. So the key cost would probably be, the differential in it would be about $7,000. And so weighing up the future impacts that these changes might have, we felt that it would be better to undertake a full review.
Thank you. You hesitated to use the word antisocial. I noted that. I'm from a staff's perspective, have you not are you not concerned about some of the behaviour we're seeing in Garden Place, the defecation, the showering in the fountains, the alcohol consumption?
Can you speak to the effectiveness or otherwise of the bylaws that are being proposed? We're not asking the staff for a personal view on that.
Madam Chair,
Just rephrase it around what is most effective for the outcomes you want, please, Ewan.
Well, I raised that in the context that another member of the elected panel raised this terminology of antisocial behaviour.
That's fine.
And staff then chose very carefully how she worded the response. And so I don't think it's unreasonable in the context that you let another elected member sort of raise the spectre of whether the term's appropriate. So I'm trying to grasp from staff if they're not seeing the same as what our businesses are complaining about.
Wait.
Specifics about what that term might mean and what might be included in the bylaw. I did not ask a staff member about their personal opinion.
That's the difference. That's the point of difference. So I'm ruling in Louise's favour here because I think your question should go to what are the most effective bylaws. We have, as council, asked for actions that address antisocial behaviour. So the question needs to speak to outcomes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. To the Chief Executive, Lance, as the Chief Executive of the organisation, on page 24, under B, it states appropriate mechanism for addressing issues relating to the management of anti-social behaviour in public space. Is that a term that you believe as council reflects the challenge that is in front of us?
I think it's, the answer is yes, but there's probably a wider challenge too, in the wider sense that some of the other elected members have actually talked about, and that Rebecca talked about as well. So I think Councillor Casey Cox brought that up, but also in the Chair's report as well, the wider what's happening around Hamilton.
Thank you. My final question, Mayor Paula, on item E, you've said that that notes that the report informed by Hamilton CBD interagency group. Can you explain to me the process? Are you saying staff are going to participate in writing that report? If so, based on what data? And if you are drawing data and conclusions, who's it from, and will it be peer reviewed?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. There's a few elements to that question. So yes, staff will be preparing the report to bring back to the committee following work that's been agreed that we would do with the Hamilton CBD interagency group. So that was a previous resolution of council, and staff are working to deliver on that resolution. In terms of the information that's provided, staff will, I imagine that the report, as it's still being drafted, will use source data from a number of groups, including our partners in the police and other agencies as well. So in terms of peer review, I'm not 100% sure what that will look like right now. So I'm not certain that I can answer that element of the question.
Okay,
I
so
hope I've answered
thank
the
you.
rest of it
Final
for you.
question. Did council pass a resolution to support the street community in Hamilton City?
That is the wording of the resolution as it stood, yes.
So it actually says Hamilton supports, wants to look at the opportunities to support the street community in Hamilton.
So the resolution states that...
Could we have the resolution?
That Amy can bring it up. But the resolution is that the interagency group will work to make recommendations, and so in terms of how to support the street community,
So is that what it says?
Including council's role within that.
Right, so I just want to...
Correct. Yep.
What I'm showing up on the screen at this moment is the resolution from the Community and Natural Environment Committee meeting, and the wording that Rebecca was referring to is request staff and then I, just so everybody has it at the same time.
So, Madam Chair, I'm just questioning that sentence, because investigate social, regulatory, safety and design interventions for supporting street fauna. Again, I see the word antisocial behaviour. So in that report, did it say, in that motion, did it say that staff was going to do that report?
It was request staff do that.
And that's where Helen talked about the establishment of group, because if I can be helpful, and I'm hoping not to be unhelpful here, the intent was that we wouldn't necessarily be the owners of all parts of the problem, but that we would step into you're nodding, hey Helen, so we'd step into a multi-community conversation about what works, what's there, what isn't working, that kind of thing, so we'd have a better understanding. Isn't that right? Am I right to those who moved it? Sarah, you're happy with my explanation? No, don't worry, don't worry. Helen's, you're happy with my explanation too, yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? No? Done? Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I do have another question, and it's related to that final part of the motion around what's coming back to us. And advocacy is an important role for the council. Mayor Paula, what else do you see we could do given the lacklustre response we've received so far from central government?
Very good question, and something it's not my area of expertise, to be honest, Sarah, so I'm in the hands of staff as to, and that hence my direction was, let's ask staff what we feel we legitimately best can do to affect the solution we want. It's certainly not what I do every day, so I'm not the expert, but that's our intention, isn't it, to make a positive difference. So we have this resolution that's up today. The question might be, how do we get the best results?
So do we, for example, as a council, resolve that we ask for further advocacy on this so that you have the full council behind you in any further correspondence?
Yeah. Yes, I received the letter, I forwarded it to you, and as I noted in my written comment on it, it didn't address a whole bunch of things that we had raised in the original letter. What do you want me to do now? I'm in the hands of council knowing that this is going on as well. Is it the time for me to do anything else? If I were to do something else, what would I do on your behalf to elevate this conversation? So it's less of an answer, more of a question, sorry, Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, we could, for example, resolve that we note our concern regarding the current situation around the strain on services, the things that you've already noted in your letter to Minister Upson, and then request the Mayor's office to work with relevant local stakeholders to continue that advocacy. Then there can be further conversation about how.
Yep, Helen, do you have any other suggestions in terms of, we got only so far with our letter, it was a partial response. Do we wait until after this work is done and then do a joint community approach back to government and say, well, this is what we know now? Help me out here, because this is not my bread and butter everyday stuff. So.
Just looking at the work with the interagency group and the gap analysis and recommendations around what council can do to fill it. We do have engagement from our local MPs, so from Ryan Hamilton and Tama Pōtaka. So we have central leader engagement around the issues. Once council makes decisions on what those interventions could look like from council, I think when we've got that very clear and specific ask would be the point to increase advocacy with ministers engaging specifically on what we want to do.
And so just finally to confirm then, that June report will that be able to be a blueprint for solving some of these issues so that we can put a very clear ask to central government?
Well, I think it's a good question, Sarah. Would that be the point at time when we decide on our next steps of action based off that report?
Our hope is that we will include recommendations under the role of council on things that can be done or increased activity in that field.
Okay. Would there also be recommendations, though, fed in from local community organisations and agencies who are at the coalface, so that there's a comprehensive recommendation with a whole of, city approach to this, not just what council could do in its own scope?
There will be a snapshot of what they're likely to do, but I'm not envisaging that recommendations on Te Whatu Water's mental health response will come up as a recommendation to council, but there will be visibility of any ongoing work that the other agencies are doing to address it in that report, and also any opportunities for us to work together on a specific initiative.
Okay. I'd like a little bit of time to work on an addition to the motion in order to reflect a request, Mayor Paula, for us to have a very clear ask, as much as possible, around what we need for support for other parts of...
what I propose... Thank you. Yeah, excellent. So what I propose then is we continue through the questions of staff on the report, because there are quite a list here. Then we take our morning tea break and we come back and we do the resolutions, and hopefully we can clarify by then. Would that be helpful?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Huata.
This might be included in the amendment. I have asked this before, and I'm going to gently but assertively ask again. When referring to our streety community, can we please not use the term whānau and replace it with community, because it dances dangerously close to profiling, and if that's not the intent, and it's about using te reo Māori in our documents, then perhaps we should consider about translating the whole lot. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Maxine.
Sorry, unmuting now. Thank you, Mayor Paula. This is a question potentially for you rather than staff, certainly in terms of a potential for actions that can be taken by you. You're the chair of the metro sector in our LGNZ membership. And I wonder if this is a topic of concern that's been discussed in that forum, and has LGNZ got any ideas or opportunity to be able to collectively raise these issues? So it's not just Hamilton, and I've seen many other cities struggling with these kinds of actions and reactions. So your insights into that would be valuable, I think.
Thank you. Useful question. And the short answer is it hasn't been a major topic of discussion in the metro sector, with some bigger priorities put forward. Having said that, I can indeed raise it in the general business of a metro sector, which happens to be in Wellington on Friday. So I can raise it in general business and talk with my colleagues, the other mayors, to see what they're experiencing. I do know from general conversations at that forum and the wider local government, sector conference that comes the day before, that it is something we share with other parts of the country. You know, Tauranga have their share of issues, etc. Not naming and shaming anyone, but we all share this. And the more people you have, the more you're going to experience some of those issues, Wellington, etc. So yes, I think you make a good point. There's whatever we find out here locally might be able to add a perspective to the metro sector, but I will ask on our behalf what other metros are doing and how they are approaching it and their messaging to government. I can do that if that is the will of this council today.
Thank you. I certainly ask you to advocate on our behalf in that forum.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I note the involvement of the interagency group and clearly outlined there, which I appreciate. But Hamilton City Business Association have also been particularly interested in this area and focus too. Where might we see their input in this consultation, and do you envision that they form part of this report too, or is it solely from the viewpoint of social agencies?
They are a member of the interagency group.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
And just further to that, they will also form part of the consultation around the bylaw specifically also.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Hamilton City Business Association.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just checking
Appreciate
they
that.
were part of it.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you, Rebecca. Just a question around the bylaws, in particular the public places bylaw and safety and public places bylaw. Would it be fair to say that the community, gosh, I've gone blank, city safe team are the interface for that, I guess, upholding the bylaw or implementing it?
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just interested in maybe an example of how that might play out. I don't see City Safe here, but yeah, just an example of.
Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
Councillor Calvin is away at present, so is unable to attend. An example of how, I guess City Safe will have conversations with people, and they do often around when they see antisocial behaviour in the city, and that will be their first touch point. However, the bylaws provide a tool, like an enforcement tool, to take action where something is in breach of the bylaws. So they have a multi-pronged approach to dealing with these matters. So bylaws and an extension of the bylaws would give them more powers to enforce against antisocial behaviour.
Right, can you just remind me what that enforcement might look like?
Calvin's not here, sorry.
Yeah, we all know that there's difficulties with enforcement, but it does provide what it allows for is the conversations, and we always start with the conversations when something's not highly enforceable or is difficult to enforce. So if we can say to people, this is a standard that we have for, whatever the public space that we're talking about. So bylaws are about setting standards for behaviour for all people. And so if there are standards that are not being met, that are breaching public safety or for all people to use that space, then those bylaws allow us to have those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
And also through our relationships with people, because our City Safe officers do form relationships with people that they interact with regularly. It gives them a little bit more leverage as well.
Yeah, I guess just to follow up, you could have those conversations without a bylaw.
Potentially, but it does give the officers a little, more ability to have those conversations.
Okay.
Councillor Cash. Thank you. Just in the 3rd of April, I saw that resolution included some work around the activation of garden plays. I'm just wondering where that's being captured in the work that's going on and where that will sit, with which committee or which area. How will it be reported back to council? The activation of garden plays that was in that 3rd of April resolution?
Yeah, through the Central City working groups.
Okay. And that'll come back through full council?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And
or Economic Development Committee.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. And in the June report that's being prepared, I'm assuming in terms of the role that council plays, community grants and all the financial contributions to social services, that'll be covered in that report, Janet? Yeah.
Correct, yes.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just looping back to powers of bylaw, you attended the general workshop where we had the police inspector attend?
Yes.
Do you recall her request?
Not specifically, Councillor Wilson, if you could elaborate.
Yeah, the point she raised was that New Zealand was one of the very few countries that doesn't have the powers enacted that gives the police the ability to move along. She went into great depth around the world how successful that has been. She also, it's my recollection, she also suggested that council could help by lobbying government for that introduction. I just want to make sure that in whatever report you put together, it reflects that very salient advice. And so will you take that into account?
Yes.
That the police are on record here in Hamilton saying a move along order?
Just in terms of that, Ewan, to be helpful, given that Sarah's also working on some other ideas in the break, it is possible to ask me to formally write in support of that go home, I've forgotten the name.
Move along.
Move along legislation, because it's a legislative change, so it's a different process than the bylaw. But I can be asked by council to do that as an action, to write to the minister.
Yeah, and I'm very thankful of that. Obviously, the way the inspector raised it was in support of us doing things like the bylaw, and so I just thought we were encapsulating all of this together under
for
one
debate,
report.
but I'm just asking, because I'm at the will of council and the actions that you want me to take. So if there are no more questions at this point, is that Maxine's hand up? No, it's not. If there are no more questions at this point, we will take a quarter of an hour tea break, a little bit more generous, just to allow councillors also to do some work on this and refine any parts of the resolution that we need to. Is that fair enough? Okay, thank you. We're adjourned until 11. Thank you. That would be good. Councillors, if we could come back to the table, please, and get started. Thank you. Can someone text Max, message Max, tell her we're back on, please? Okay. Oh, it's good. So, the resolution is going up. We are going to take it, we'll look and see what amendments have been made. And I will be taking them in parts. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Every bit in parts, because as requested, because otherwise things get muddled up. We could debate in one, and just move the motions in parts. Yes, thank you. Good suggestion. All right. Can you see everything you need to see?
If I could just scroll down to where there is the changes from what's in the staff report.
Yeah.
Sorry, that one's a motion too. Is here.
Okay, so there's the changes that the council notes the CBD interagency group and includes feedback from local business and residents. Comes back to June, including the role of council and information needed for council to be an effective advocate. Could I ask that you put advocate to central government if that's what you mean? Yep. Just for absolute clarity. Perfect. Is everybody happy with that? Is there...
I've got a question on that, and maybe to Helen. Helen, can you help me understand the last sentence? Because I had already assumed that would have been captured in the report. So what does "and information needed for council to be effective advocates to central government" mean? Oh.
Can I respond, or do you prefer that staff do? That's fine.
Well, no, I asked Helen as the manager in that department, because you told me that this was what she was happy with. You said she was already doing the work, so...
Sorry, it's actually Janet, but she's just out at the minute. From what I overheard in the conversation. Support community role of council and information needed for council to be an effective advocate to central government, so that if you have a good understanding of what the gaps and opportunities are and what's needed in Hamilton, that then provides us with the information to be able to advocate to central government, with a specific request. That's how I understood it. Yeah.
But please, it could just say, and include specific requests, recommendations for specific requests to central government.
So what's your
intention?
To be able to answer the question, Councillor Wilson, what is your concern about the word information?
Because it raises confusion about what the first part of the motion talks about, which was this report informed by the interagency group and businesses and residents. And then we've continued to then say, and information needed to council to be effective advocates to central government. It just raises the spectre that this is more work. Why if it's simply from the original report, then we don't need to have that, and I'm happy.
Floor, I'm not quite sure what you're asking. You're asking of the mover?
Yes. So Councillor Serra and obviously Councillor Hart have moved a motion. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming, Mayor Paul, that you've removed the staff's recommendation. So the only motion on the table is Councillor Serra's.
I'm moving the others, but I haven't got a seconder, of course.
Okay, all right. So are you asking me what respectfully, I think I've explained what I'm asking.
So you've proposed an amendment.
Yeah, which is basically what's up there, but without the and information needed for council to be effective advocate to central government, because I don't know what that means.
Okay.
I think
so
we've already covered it.
Yep, explain that, please.
Would, Councillor Ewan, would it be clear if it said, because it's saying the gaps and opportunities, and it says including, this is all noting as well, so it identifies gaps and opportunities, including the role of council and including recommendations for specific actions to advocate to central government on. Does that provide greater clarity? Are you happy with that, Louise? And specific actions for council to advocate to central government on.
It's not, I don't think it's at all harmful. We know the intent. Just question I have, you've got other questions, sorry, Ewan?
No, you carry on.
Just a question I have, I was talking to Helen in the break. Helen, as part of my partnership with the police in the Safer City Task Force, that opportunity to support the police in that go home, no, what's it called? Move along legislation. We already drafted a letter, but we haven't sent it. So just, that was the missing piece of information. In that capacity, but it's always helpful to be endorsed by the wider council. In that capacity, I had agreed to support Inspector Macbeth's request to write to government asking for that move along legislation. So that letter's there in the wings to go whenever we would like it to go. Just make sure it's consistent with whatever comes out today.
Yep, that reads better for me.
Yep. Is that fine? And so that letter might be one of the actions that we just get on and do, to be quite honest. Okay, everybody happy-ish? Can't see Maxine's hand, sorry. She's tiny. You're tiny, Maxine. Maxine, question.
I know, it's a problem I've had my whole life. Mayor Paul, I asked you a question earlier about local government and the wording that's been adapted in the red advocating to central government. Is it possible, and I just hate adding words for words' sake, but to add in there, including through LGNZ, so that gives you some direction to be able to take that up through the metro sector.
I feel like the how of the advocacy is open at this stage, and I'm comfortable that that could be discussed once we have the information before us.
Okay, Maxine, and look...
That makes great sense. Thanks, Councillor Serra.
And I'm absolutely, it wouldn't, I'd be speaking to them on Friday, so in a sense that would happen anyway. Thank you. Yeah.
Good up.
Got some other questions. Hang on, no, I don't anymore. Oh, Angela, did I see a hand? Is it up?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Yes.
You're also tiny.
Oh, sorry. Just a question for clarifications. I'm getting a little lost with all of the motions. Just a question on staff. Rebecca, is there anything in any of these motions or anything that you've heard raised through all of the various emails, etc., that can't be addressed for reviewing of bylaws?
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Angela. That's a very good question. In relation to all of the bylaw-related parts of the motion, then yes, all of those can be addressed. I think the thing that we're just considering now with this the updated one is the time frames around providing feedback from local businesses and residents the 3-week time frame that's associated with that motion.
Okay.
And so staff may not be able to get comprehensive feedback from local businesses and residents within that time frame.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. I just needed that clarified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, let's go to it and debate, but I do need a seconder and so did... Oh, okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I would like a seconder on the rest of them, please. Who would like to second? Thank you, Kesh. Perfect. So we'll pop them all in. We are going to go through them one by one in a minute, although I will just start off with receiving the report, which doesn't need debate. The rest of them will be debated, and then we'll go one by one. I'll move that the report be received, which is just a procedural matter. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Now we're into the substantive debate on the matters that are contained in the rest of the motions, but we will then go to a show of hands on each one. All right. Excellent. I suppose I'm the mover. I'm the mover. So thank you very much to staff for the work that you're doing. I think what we need to say about this is the intent is clear. We all share significant concerns about the increase in antisocial behaviour in our city. We all share the same concerns about the well-being of people in our city, both those who find themselves on the street and those who are members of the public. And we want to be part of making a positive difference so that our city becomes the vibrant place where people feel safe to move around and much more activated. So this is a set of recommendations and work that will be ongoing and in partnership with the community, because I want to be quite clear, we cannot solve this issue on our own as a council. We cannot. It's a multifaceted concern. I know that social agencies are straining under the weight of work that they have with limited resources. They tell me this regularly, and that concerns me, because at the end of the day, we need to assist people the best we can, and we need our social services and agencies to be strong and well-resourced. Council's role is not a social agency, but we can lean in to creating a safer city, which we are focused on. We can certainly lean into aspects, bylaws and other mechanisms that protect our public spaces, and we should. We should design our spaces to be safe. We should use both bylaws and other softer actions to ensure that we can set standards in our public spaces. But we also need to be mindful of the well-being of people who are affected by the decisions we make, and enable them to make choices that are better for them and better for the city. Thank you. Any other debate? Must be. Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I want everyone to feel safe and welcome in our public spaces. I think that's really important. I do support setting expectations around behaviour, what we see as okay within our public spaces, and those expectations apply to absolutely everybody. Certainly what we can't do is, through bylaws, exclude any particular group or discriminate against anyone. That would be wrong. So I'm open to seeing what comes of these reviews. It is frustrating that we have to pass a motion to say that these are the most effective mechanisms when we know they're only one small tool and only one small part of the answer to the issues we face. But we are legally required to say that, so we're in a bit of a bind there. And it is important not to conflate the issues around antisocial behaviour with homelessness. We know many of the people who do act poorly in our public spaces are not homeless. What I would like to see is, beyond looking at antisocial behaviour, a very strong response to the sad and concerning picture unfolding in the city. More homelessness, tents popping up around the city, a lack of capacity for mental health services, longer lines at food banks, and these organisations that serve and work on the coalface are struggling because money is becoming tighter for them too. The most important thing we can do right now is be a fierce and independent advocate for those who are struggling, for those who are on the coalface providing services to people in need in our community. We need to push for central government to firstly acknowledge the problem that we face and then acknowledge that they need to take more action. That's why it's important at the June meeting we see a full set of data, a clear picture of what is happening here in Hamilton. We're hearing that the situation is deteriorating. We need numbers in front of us so that we can paint a very clear and compelling picture to central government. We can't advocate effectively without that. We also need some very clear asks. I've been told many times, don't go to central government with problems, go to them with solutions, and that's what we need to do in June. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. My family and I provide care to several otherwise homeless people struggling with mental and physical health problems in several council districts at considerable cost and personal time. We need bylaws to address antisocial behaviour. That is the issue before us, and that is arising from problems in the CBD. I agree with those motions. Support for troubled people is a separate matter requiring separate resources and a separate approach. This is a far more complex issue that will not be progressed effectively within these timeframes. I am willing to see the start of a discussion, but we need realistic expectations of what Council's role is. So I will support that. From personal experience, councils can do better by removing obstacles to those trying to help. Hamilton's universal annual general charge per kitchenette is one problem we could resolve. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Look, I support a full review of our bylaws here, particularly safety in public places bylaws. I guess I'm listening to the discussion today. I'm a little wary of us overloading ourselves with data and reports. I just want us to remember, I think the reason we're doing this is, I don't want that lost, and that is addressing antisocial behaviour directly impacting on our public and businesses, in particular Garden Place at the moment, but across the city too, and finding methods or mechanisms for addressing that problem quickly when it arises. So, I support a full review because I'm hoping that this will give us a pathway to do that. The public safety bylaws, I mean, I can remember with Andrew King back in 2016, we were trying to do something about the begging then and just not getting far. So it's been around a long time, and I feel like we've never been able to make a step change where we can actually practically address issues and diffuse them quickly and act on it. So that's really what I'm after here. I accept the wider problems, the deeper problems. I suppose I accept we can't solve it all alone. But I do want a result out of all of this to be removing antisocial behaviour and improving safety for residents and businesses as quickly as possible when it arises. If that can be an outcome out of all of this work, then that's absolutely essential for me. Deeper problems, get it, we can't do it alone, but the reason we started this was because of antisocial behaviour in Garden Place and other parts of the city. So that we have to be able to address that out of what we do with this. I don't want that to get lost. Thanks.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, I feel it's very appropriate that we combined our review of these bylaws together to achieve efficiencies where we can. I believe we need to take this approach consistently across the board, across council, to ensure firstly we're not over-consulting with our public, but also to gain better efficiencies for all council bylaws, as there's often a lot to them and it can be a costly exercise. We've heard from many social agencies, the police and HCBA during workshops, as well as among our own personal interactions with them, for the need of this review. An interagency group is an important structure to get a cohesive response which hears from all sides. Our social services need to identify the gaps, and we need to help them collectively address that and make sure that they're making the most of their resources, which are often, as others have pointed out, extremely tight. But I think it's also important that we involve businesses and residents, so we're looking at all sides to ensure that we're actually meeting concerns that have been raised by them. This is a much wider issue, and I don't think it will be solved by any single agency or council, but I hope this will be a small step to making progress in this space and meeting concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
I will be supporting all the motions today. I agree that we do need safe public places, and I guess I just wanted to reflect on our role a little bit as council, and I think that will come through in the June report more clearly. And flipping the use of antisocial behaviour to talk more about pro-social behaviour, which I think is actually where council's role is perhaps more comes to light more in terms of how we we activate spaces, we provide community centres, we do all sorts of things that actually promote and enable pro-social behaviour. So I think in the June report it would be great to see I guess the reflection on what is happening in our community, what all of our social services are doing, but also more specifically our role within that, how we create a welcoming city, as we talk about, and how we actually facilitate good community engagement. And there will be conversation within that report around things like community centres and what are available downtown. We know we've got a number of spaces that people can go to. The issue is, do we need more, and what kind of other supports can be provided? Advocacy is absolutely vital to our ministers, and we know Minister Portaka was briefed in December about the doubling of homelessness in Hamilton. We haven't actually seen a response to that from the central government that I'm aware of, and that's really concerning. So I do absolutely agree that we need to really be, as Councillor Sarah said, very strong advocates for our city and for the social issues that are happening in conjunction with, obviously, the experts in the field that are out there. Thank you.
Councillor Cash.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly add that some of the data that we've asked for, I've heard it during our chair updates with the community team. So the data does exist, and it's really interesting to hear it from the likes of Kelvin around are the homeless the ones causing issues or not. So looking forward to that June report, and also council's role in all of this. It's a big question, and like everyone has said, it needs it's a multifaceted issue, and community grants. That would be probably one of our biggest levers that council has in terms of how do we help financially with some of the community initiatives. So that information will come back to us in June. But coming back to what someone else said is what is the ask? Like, we all know that it's a huge issue. What do we actually want to see as the outcome? And then how do we do it? So council definitely has a role to play in that conversation. We're not the ones who are going to provide all the answers, but we can definitely play our role.
Thank you. Councillor Huata.
Last month, on our monthly husband and wife date, my husband and I were in the central city. And because these discussions were hot and current, and we were out after midnight, I made him come to Garden Place, and we sat there to observe for about an hour. And I know he'll be okay with me sharing the story. As a teenager, he was also homeless on the street. And I know other people personally who are homeless. 3 things that they desire: is somewhere warm, somewhere dry, and something to eat. Often, when they pull their money together to sate those things, they turn to other things to make them forget their position, if I want to say anything. So his quick fix was what Deputy Mayor Angela said, we actually need to activate Garden Place and light it up. If it's lit up at that time, and it's going to be costly, but it's worth it, and it will eliminate a lot of that problem, then you're going to get homeless people going into other spaces. However, I want to just mihi to Councillor Anna Casey Cox, the hardest working councillor in this room, in this space, who has some solutions for us. My first point I want to make is whose responsibility is it? And for us not to cloud that it is actually central government's responsibility. So we need to continue to advocate in that space. And yes, come with solutions. However, to push back and say, you need to do something about it, we have other things that we need to do. We also, my second point is we need to stop talking about them and we need to talk with them. Not once have I seen the actual people that we're trying to help in here speaking for themselves. I don't know how we solve that. Interagency groups need to include iwi and other migrant groups as well. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thank you. I just want to tautoko Councillor Hawata's debate. She's absolutely bang on. I want to kind of touch on two things, I guess. First of all, of course, the tangible thing is that this is being noticed because the CBD and Garden Place are very big for the city of our size, and there's just simply not enough activation that is happening. I went through all of this way back in 2010, where the city developed the first Central City Safety Plan. Then there was a review of that plan, and then after that, a new plan. And things happened, and antisocial behaviour, because let's be honest, some people think riding a skateboard is antisocial behaviour. Laughing too loudly with a group of giggling girls is antisocial behaviour. And look, it's not. It's part of a vibrancy of a city. Way back then was collaboration. Way back then, the first Hamilton Central City Safety Plan culminated in the establishment of the People's Project, and considerable change was made. But a whole lot of things were changed, and a whole lot of agencies were involved. Sure, we can review a bylaw, and I think that's actually best practice because we will hear from the public, and there'll be and it's a formal process, so it stops sort of ad hoc reaction. And I feel for staff because they're doing their very best to try and lasso a whole lot of issues that are being raised here. But, you know, a bylaw is only there to be enforced, and the police have already said have little resource to enforce them. Obviously, they will enforce it if somebody breaks a law. So a bylaw on its own is not going to change things. At the end of the day, the reality is we see the increase in the people on the streets, yes, because we have very little activation, and Garden Place is big and it's barren. But also, these things are cyclical. This is tough, probably even more tougher than the global financial crisis, and tough financial economic times, and they're tough for average New Zealanders. They're also much, much tougher on those who live on the absolute fringe. So I support a proper process here because it involves full public consultation. Yes, businesses in the CBD have the right to be successful and do their business free from nuisance, but we can't do that alone. So I'll be supporting all of the motions, however many there are that involve a proper process, which is the bylaw review. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to debate? Okay, no. And I'm not really going to exercise my right to reply, just to say I totally agree in terms of the activation, which was one thing I didn't mention in my original debate, and it's something that is highly supported by the police. If we get more fun and activity regularly happening in our public spaces, they will be full of many people, and there will be much more joy and perception of safety, and activation will be part of that.
So
So we're going.
I have missed your attention.
It did miss my attention because it wasn't there just before I started opening my mouth. But never mind, that's okay. I know I have done my right to reply, but we'll just be flexible.
Thank you. Look, colleagues, I raised this issue regarding bylaws a few months ago because I was deeply concerned at the level of antisocial behaviour permeating our CBD. And since then, we have seen some improvement. I note more frequent police patrol, I see more city safe, and occasionally all well coordinated, including animal control. I also note that the police have said very clearly to us that they would like the power to move people along. They would like the legislative power that is not available in New Zealand but is available in places like Australia and Canada, and they've identified that as a useful tool. The third point I would make is Council can and should set an acceptable level of behaviour in our public space. It's part of our role. And what we know is the average person would say drug use, defecating, washing in the fountains, taking supermarket trolleys and leaving them in the CBD with their possessions. These are not the standards that make the CBD attractive to the businesses and the residents that call the CBD home. And I'm saying very clearly, I want to prioritise Hamilton City residents in the CBD and those businesses above those who are homeless and acting in an antisocial behaviour way in the CBD. And I think our community wants us to set that standard, and a bylaw is the way to do it.
I just remind councillors when, just to be helpful, because we get our process, if I call for further debate, can you be reasonably timely about it? Because I had started my right of reply, but however, this is an important issue and I don't want to gag anybody or prevent anyone from having their say, but just to keep that in mind, please, because once I start speaking, I am in right of reply. Councillor Hart.
Sorry, Paula.
No, it's fine.
Our report tells us that addressing antisocial behaviour is inherently complex and requires a multifaceted, multi-agency approach. But the motion states that the Safety and the Public Places Bylaw is the most appropriate mechanisms relating to the management of antisocial behaviour. These are contradictory statements, in my opinion. If we're not talking about the intersection of antisocial behaviour from people who are homeless or the adjacent community, I'm really curious about that earlier comment. We've received complaints already from people being moved out of Garden Place and into Hinemoa Park. Moving people on only moves the behaviour. Back in 2014, when this bylaw was first introduced, the manager of the Hamilton Christian Night Shelter at the time said punishing rough sleepers under the bylaw will not reduce their numbers, but being unable to pay a fine can mean they end up in the justice system. Ending up in the justice system for being homeless. This bylaw was introduced with the aim to end homelessness by 2017. It is 2025, and the government's briefing to Minister Potaka in December showed homelessness in Hamilton was doubling. So why are we beating a dead horse? People showering in our fountains is a reflection of the intersection of February having an average high of 27 degrees and a lack of accessible alternatives every day. We know we have a public toilet problem in the CBD. We absolutely should do something about what we're seeing because this is not okay. But I want us to take actual productive action on stopping this. Why not fast forward the public toilet review instead? Why not increase local funding to Orange Sky instead of paying lawyers to find out what is or isn't a breach of the Bill of Human Rights? It's 2025, not 2014. Let's do something differently and stop beating the bylaw horse.
Is anybody else who would like to speak? I'm not going to exercise a second right of reply. I've said enough, and there's been lots of good debate. So thank you, everyone. Let's go to the vote one by one. Lead us through, please, Amy.
So on the screen now is the first one, so safety in public places bylaw.
On the voting on the board, please, on this one.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Hutt is dissented.
Thank you. Next. Yep, alcohol control bylaw. Go to the board. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Waste management one. On the board, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Public places bylaw. Thank you. It's a noting recommendation. Thank you.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Hutt is dissenting.
And
timeframes is our next one.
Timeframes is the next one.
The motion is carried unanimously.
And
almost there.
Lucky last. Okay, that will go to that on the board. Oh, it's slow. Thank you. There you go.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for the good debate and discussion. Thank you to staff for the preparation that you've done in this very complex space. We'll move now on to item 11, which is the Independent Capital Projects Review.
So, morena, everybody. Look, this report starts on page 31, and it arises from a council resolution to undertake independent scope and cost reviews on significant projects for the purposes of developing our annual plan and long-term plan. I was going to make some brief comments before I took the report as read, but I just really wanted to respond to the public forum this morning. I think the Speaker has misunderstood the recommendation to Council, the recommendation being to take the same fundamental approach to cost estimating for the next long-term plan. So the observations that I heard the Speaker make were that we have no feasibility for our projects, we have no optioneerings, and we don't undertake geotech. So I just don't think that's right at all. The approach that we take to developing our projects inherently includes extensive feasibility work, extensive optioneering over the life cycle of a project. And I'd probably refer councillors to one of the diagrams on page 40, which is the life cycle of a project, which indicates these complex projects are developed over a long period of time. Now, just as a quick example, if I go to one of the projects, which is the Eastern Transport Corridor, the optioneering and feasibility started with that way back in 2012, and some elected members may have been here, probably a lot weren't, but there were extensive reports that came to Council about the Waikato Expressway and the connection strategy and where we had interchanges and how the roads would work. A whole series of reports that then ended up with the Eastern Transport Corridor as a project. It was then followed by a board of inquiry, which sort of locked down that project, followed by structure planning, which further locked it down. Councillors will be aware that we've come to you developing a business case. We've come to get macro scope approval, about 4 lanes, 2 lanes, signalised intersections, roundabouts, etc. So there's an extensive process of feasibility, optioneering and scope management that does come through council, and most of our complex projects are pretty much the same in that regard. The view that we do not do geotech information, geotech investigation on projects is wrong as well. But developing a project is a life cycle thing. At a point in time, we have to have an estimate, and we estimate projects before we've had the opportunity to do geotechnical investigations. But more often than not, by the time we get to a point of making a decision to construct, we have done the geotechnical investigation. We do understand the project, and our decision to go forward with construction is based generally on good geotechnical information. Most of the time that's right, sometimes it's wrong, but it's a lot of geotechnical work goes into it. So I think, for our complex projects, taking the same approach as we've previously taken is the right recommendation. I think we have other types of work which are programs of work, and I guess the Transport Improvement Project is the most recent example where elected members have increased their involvement recently in the option assessment for those projects with your transport decision-making framework. And you will know from the reports that are coming up, the debates you have about whether we do the project or not, whether we signalise, whether we do that. You're optioneering, and you are doing a lot of option assessment on the projects. So I think that the Speaker just left a wrong impression, I think, in terms of how we develop our projects. So just if I return back to the report, for this review, we selected the projects with elected members through a series of briefings, and those are the projects that we went forward and did the independent reviews on. The review, like any independent review, has been really helpful for us as staff and elected members, confirming that we're generally aligned with good practice across New Zealand. But like any review, it's identified opportunities for improvement, and we've looked at those in some option discussions, particularly in paragraphs 57 to 84. So just key conclusions, in my view, from the review. Once again, this talks a little bit to the public forum speaker today. That scope is a big driver of the cost for our projects, and we have developed the process over a long period of time and coming to council to get macro scope approvals of our significant projects. That in itself is a form of optioneering. As I've just said, elected members have put in some stricter procedures around the transport improvement projects with your decision-making frameworks, which once again is a scope control mechanism that elected members are across. Look, I think that process is working really well, and I think that elected members and staff are starting to get their rhythm in terms of the projects coming to council and making some good decisions on those. So the review has not highlighted any significant changes required to our approach of developing funding allocations for projects in year 2 or year 3 of the long-term plan, i.e. there's nothing out of the review that we need to go and change for the annual plan coming up, or indeed year 3 of the long-term plan. It has identified a number of improvements that we can make to our cost estimate guidelines to just make sure that we've got better consistency of approach across the organisation, and are ready in time for developing our next long-term plan, which is 2027. As I said, the review has been very timely for us because we were already in the process of establishing what we call capital cost estimate guidelines. So that's where we write down our processes and procedures for all staff to follow, so we have good practice and we have consistency. So we've already used the findings of the review to inform the current and much improved version of that document. In particular, I think, and this is one of the resolutions, the review has helped clarify our thinking around P50 and P95 cost estimating, 50% probability and 95% probability cost estimating, and how we can more effectively use this to monitor our financial capital delivery. And there's some discussion of that in the report. With our proposal for us to adopt that for the next LTP and progressively report back to Council as we work towards our next LTP. But the second part of the review was about some of the cost drivers in the capital program, and they're covered extensively in the report and summarised in paragraph 49 on page 38. So I'll probably just stop there and respond to questions from elected members. I think would be the easiest to do.
Thank you. Thank you for a very fulsome report. We certainly cannot say we haven't been given excellent detail and examples to follow through. So thank you for that. Let's go to questions. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Chris, questions in a couple of areas. The first area is scope creep. It seems to be the root cause of many problems throughout all forms of government. Does the scope creep come from within council staff or from councillors or from outside council?
Probably all three. Probably all three of those areas. We try and effectively manage scope creep through governance structures that we have in place for managing our portfolio projects. Like we have structures in place where we know the general scope of a project, and if you want to increase the scope, it's got to go through approval processes internally. When they're significant, they come back to council on our significant projects, and that's our macro scope approval, I guess, when we come to council. Look, invariably, councillors are discussing scope all the time, and some of the decisions they make have a significant effect on scope of a project, but that's your role, and that's what you do. I think the really good example is the transport decision-making framework that you've put in place now, and effectively you are discussing scope and scope creep and transparently, I guess, making scope decisions through that process.
Do the project managers leading each project have enough authority to push back on scope creep?
I guess scope creep is sometimes it's managing our project managers on scope creep as well. So but that's why we have governance structures in place to have multiple eyes, I guess, on scope creep and how we manage that. So I don't think it can come from a multiple source of people within staff, elected members, etc.
And a couple of examples of private developer agreements in Rotorua and Rotorua over the last few years have allowed infrastructure to be developed at half the council budgeted cost. Is there lessons in efficiency the council can take from those?
I think we have a lot to learn from the private sector, and sort of getting into partnerships with the private sector is really eye-opening at times and really helpful. I think the projects you're talking about, the efficiencies really come from the ability to achieve multiple outcomes at the same time. You know, so instead of us going and building a road and the developer building the land, if you can integrate that and better use of the dirt and shifting the dirt around, that's where the efficiencies come from. You know, but there's still fundamentals that are important to us in terms of quality infrastructure, whole of life costing. You know, so for us as council, we want infrastructure that's going to be easy to look after for 25 years. So a lot of tension is always inherent with the private sector, who would love to build things a bit cheaper and hand it to us to look after at our cost. So there's a lot of tension there, but healthy tension. So I think you know that we do have a liking to working with private developers wherever possible, and working with the private sector, particularly on growth-related projects.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Chris, thanks for this and your explanation of the report. And it focuses on big projects generally, but just in point 13 in the report, there's a reference to the fact that there has been concerns in the community and from elected members too, I think, about the cost of smaller transport projects such as speed bumps, you know, raised safety platforms, etc. What's your view on that? Is there an opportunity to scrutinise that more closely, do you think?
Yeah, I probably forgot to say in my summing up, and it was probably in relation to paragraph 14, which follows the paragraph you're talking about, where I've said out of scope for this review is consideration of contract specifications, and I put procurement methods there, but I probably more mean the delivery approach to projects. So that's out of scope, but I think Councillor Taylor, you started mentioning that in the briefing, and other elected members have spoken to me about this as well. So I detect that there is some elected member appetite to explore those aspects a little bit further. I would very much like the opportunity of probably in a briefing, and I think a lot of it's around the transport program, to explain our approach better rather than jump into another review, to probably have a bit of a session where we can explain a little bit further how we approach the delivery of some of these things and why we do what we do.
Yeah, that would be. I think that would be really helpful, actually, because I think that while this report's great because it's a big projects and that it's that nagging concern about. You know, I think we've talked about the Heafy Terrace traffic lights. You know, 597k, and yet only about 300k of that seem to be actual physical kind of works, and yet there's design cost 44k, internal cost 41k, professional fees 51k, contract supervision 25k. You know, that's a concern to me.
Yeah, I think if we had the opportunity in a briefing to work through an example like that and explain where some of those costs come from, that would be a good starting point.
Do you think, last question, sorry, do you think there is an opportunity to trim that sort of cost? Just on what I've just, you know, 600k for traffic lights for a crossing, 400k for speed bumps and things like that, you know, at roundabouts. It seems excessive.
Yeah, look, I think that as staff we're acutely aware of, you know, value for money and getting the best cost possible, you know, but I think we can always be tested on that, and I guess we'd like the opportunity to be tested on that, you know. At the end of the day, when we're cost estimating, we've got to make provision for things that might not happen. At the end of the day, it's what we actually pay for that's important. Sorry, it sounds a little bit garbled, but I think we're pretty good at what we do, but we're happy to be tested on that, and I think it'd start with a workshop.
Yeah, no, that's great. And just the last one, just dragging it out. I think that would be helpful for all of us. including staff, because, you know, we're often faced with a perception from community, oh, you know, they see the council coming and, you know, and they ramp up the costs and all that sort of thing. So I'm trying to pose this as a question. Would it be helpful, do you think, you know, to have this kind of discussion openly, so that we can kind of socialise that a bit better? You mentioned procurement methods here and contract specifications as things not part of this review.
And not part of the review that this paper is covering. You know, this paper is really covering how we develop funding allocations to go into our annual plan and long-term plan. So it's then what you're talking about is then how do we then turn that into delivery of a project, and what's the value for money that we're delivering for the funding allocation we've got. So related but slightly different things.
Okay, all right. No, thanks for that, it's good.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Yeah, cool, thank you. I'm also supportive of a briefing on that topic. And my other question, Chris, is firstly, thank you for this report and the work that's gone into it. There's mention around early land acquisition and the benefits there. In the bigger picture, looking at these large projects, how much could we save for our community if we took a different approach to land acquisition and, for example, bought land a lot earlier in the process?
Yeah, I put those aspects in the report. They weren't really in scope for the independent review, but they were really important when you're talking about cost drivers for a project. And I think the two big ones I put in there is the decision to grow and open up land and zone land. That's your biggest cost driver for council, is that decision. As soon as you make that decision, we're then into infrastructuring up and doing everything, which then brings in land. I think I've given a big tick for elected members in creating a strategic land purchase fund in the last LTP, which gives us the ability to be a bit more proactive in purchasing land early. I guess it would be nice to have unlimited budgets to go and purchase up a lot more land early, because the earlier you buy land, the better generally. But it's a balance between, you know, what we can afford to do, you know, and what we need to deliver. You know, there are other dimensions I put in there as well in terms of, you know, chasing betterment and partnerships with developers, which we do pretty well, as you would know. Yeah, but clearly a strategic view on early land purchase is a really good thing to do if we can afford to do that.
Do you think there, Chris, at the moment, are there projects out in the future which we ideally should be buying land for now, but we can't because of the constraints of that strategic land purchase fund, and we, you know, it's well oversubscribed at the moment?
Yeah, well, clearly when we go and designate corridors for strategic infrastructure, we're eventually going to have to buy the land that sits under those corridors. So the earlier you buy that, the better. But that's not our approach, because we typically can't afford to do that. We're just a bit more reactive in terms of landowners coming to us and wanting to buy early. But if we could purchase early, that is a much better outcome. So that you'd start with your designated purchases, your designated land. Is probably your first place to look of strategic purchasing.
Thank you. And the work that you are doing around those big drivers of cost and capital projects, that includes the land question, right? Are we doing further work around, say, looking forward to the next LTP? Can council be even more strategic to make sure we're getting good value when we see, okay, how much could we have saved if we'd done this earlier? Understanding that kind of business case versus the affordability component right now.
I'm thinking on the fly a little bit here, but you know, at the last LTP, the notion of a strategic land purchase fund developed quite late in the process, and we were putting information about strategic land purchases required over the 10 years. would have thought that for the next LTP we could be a bit more structured, I guess, in looking at the future land acquisition obligations and desires and matching that with the proposed funding for strategic land purchase. We could probably do better for the next LTP.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Hey, Chris. Why bond CM?
So the council request was for an independent party. Our desire as an independent party is good as well, because you can't see the wood for the trees sometimes, so it's really good to have somebody independent in. So Bond Construction Management are a company that sort of specialises in this area. I've known them from way back when I used to work for Transit New Zealand last century sometime, as a company that got into that type of business. So they're very active right across a number of sectors in New Zealand in doing this type of work. So that's why we chose them.
So was there did we go out and ask for expressions of interest?
No, we had some internal discussions about who would be good to do that. There's not many companies that are really sort of, independent, from the consultancy industry or the contracting industry that could do that. So we just felt that we'd get the best result from them.
And who did you write the scope and expectation document for which they then followed?
We put together, we used a grey matter who helps us develop our LTPs as well. We used them, but it was an internal team that really, it was just about assembling the information that we had used to develop our estimates, to give it to Bond to say, here's how we developed our estimates. Can you review our approach and comment on our approach?
And how did you ensure the process was independent?
Can you explain that question a little bit more?
I'm just wanting to test that there wasn't an expectation set at the beginning when they were engaged of what the outcome was. I just wanted to understand what process you used to ensure that, because we didn't go out for tender, you chose council chose the entity.
Yeah.
You engaged the entity, wrote the scope, and then you've said that pretty much everything they've come up with we were doing. So I'm just as a governor trying to get my head around how I can be absolutely confident of the independence of the process.
Yeah. So I think as a part of the report you can see our briefing to them is appended from page 69. So that is the briefing that we gave them, which is basically an explanation of the projects, what we'd done and how we'd done it. And so there was no it was free range for them to use their databases, use their knowledge of what they would estimate these projects to be.
Turning your mind now just to your industry knowledge, when you're out there, do you ever hear from developers directly to you that they think that some of the projects we do costs a lot more than when they do it?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Thank you. So you wouldn't be at all surprised to hear that we hear that a lot?
No, I'm not surprised at all.
Could you explain to me again the salient logic of why you feel that the developers in the private sector can do similar, if not identical, projects at a significant less cost? Or are you saying that, in fact, it costs the same and they're wrong?
Look, I think there could be multiple answers to that question. So, look, I think sometimes we use the same contracting industry. So a lot of developers will go out to the market just like we do. We go out generally on our big projects to the open market to get the best market price, and our contract developers do the same. So we are working in the same industry. So then it probably might come down to specifications and then what we're asking for. Look, a big one for me and tension is always around, and I touched on it briefly before, that we have assets that we need to look after for 25 years, whereas developers and they need to build something and hand it over to us to look after. So pavement is a really big one for us. So we do put a lot of work into our pavements to make sure we've got a really robust pavement, so we know that they're going to last 25 years. So that's an area, I think, of tension between us and developers, and even in the resource consenting, I guess, in terms of our views of what pavements should be and what their views are. So there's always inherent tension, I think, in there over the guardianship of assets and the 25-year care that we need to give to them.
Okay. So you're saying we build to a higher quality?
We build to probably not a higher quality, but we certainly build to quality standards, and particularly in pavements, we want really good pavements.
Final question. Thank you. You've acknowledged that you appointed them, you knew them, you went to them. Did you follow Hamilton City Council's procurement policy?
In regard to?
Appointing them, engaging them.
Yes, we did. Yep.
So how could have you followed it in light of the fact that our procurement policy requires you to weight local over outside of Hamilton when there was no other comparison?
So our procurement policy does allow us to do single negotiations with contractors who've got the right skills to do the job. So we're fully compliant with procurement policy.
So there was no one in Hamilton that could do the job?
As I said before, we wanted independency, from our supply chain contractors and consultants. We wanted an independent company to come in and have an independent view. We were also trying to test our approach versus national approach and best practice, across a number of sectors. Bond construction, they work for the agency, they work for ports, they work for water care, they work for Wellington Water, they work for other councils. So they've got a far bigger reach, I guess, across the industry in terms of other locations and other sectors.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair, may I just follow up my questioning by just, I don't know whether to do it as a motion or just a staff action, whether or not it's possible to ask staff to give us a briefing on costs and estimates and of small to medium transport projects. Beauty, okay. Thank you.
Very straightforward. Thank you. Are there any other questions on this? We have had a number of workshops and various other looks at it from different angles, so this is the last piece of that puzzle. No, no further debate. Questioner, I should say. All fully understood. Okay, let's go to the motion, which I'm happy to move. I have got a seconder, please. Thank you, Sarah. You're welcome to move it if you wanted, but easy, relaxed. Cool. Thank you. Okay, no further questions. Let's go into the debate before we go to the vote. So I'm not going to belabour it and make a long debate. Thank you very much to the staff for undertaking this work as requested by council. It's always gratifying when you get full independence and a close look at the way you're doing business. It's something we should do quite regularly to make sure that we are doing the best business. And, you know, I was expecting something different in this report, and I thought it might be even worse than what we hoped. But actually, it shows that for the large part, we are taking a fairly solid approach to the way that we cost projects, with some exceptions and some ways to make improvements. So I'm really pleased that we've been able to identify some improvements that will return benefits to the ratepayer and to the city in the long run. And thank you for accepting those recommendations of the independent report. Thank you to the staff, because I know this is probably one of the most comprehensive and detailed reports that I've seen in a long time. And there is a role for governance and there's a role for the operational and technical staff, and we have been given access to quite a lot of technical and technical data, so we couldn't be lacking in the information we need to make a good decision. On that basis, I'm happy to move the recommendation. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Bond Construction Management's review of the Ruakura Eastern Transport Corridor has a lot of red on table 1. I share the 5 concerns, and particularly over the $20 million difference. Councils are fundamentally engineering companies. 3/4 of our expenditure is on roads, waters and property. Everything else is small fry. Councillors have to act as project managers, which is why we sit around this table. In fact, all senior staff need to understand project management. Please put some time into understanding these issues.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, thank you to staff for undertaking this work. We have a large program for capital projects in our long-term plan. There's over $4 billion worth of capital projects, and some of these projects are huge and they're expensive. So it is important we test the costings and make sure that we do have them right. It's also important that we're looking at the cost drivers of capital projects. Land procurement is a big part of the overall cost of a project, and while in the LTP we were squeezed in terms of our strategic land purchase budget, I do think we need to take a harder look at the kinds of benefits that would come with buying land earlier for large infrastructure projects. If we look at, you know, we have to think about affordability right now, but when you look at the overall gains for the community and the money saved in the long run, I think you'd see that it would be worth putting more into that particular budget. It's good to see some recommendations that costings were in the right ballpark, but there are also recommendations to make improvements. I agree with Councillor Taylor around having a briefing on minor transport projects. I do think, since we're doing similar projects over and over around the city, it would be great to test whether there are ways to do things more efficiently. Are there opportunities to do some more design work in-house? Would that save any money or not? I think, you know, these are just questions we need to ask so that we can feel confident that we're getting the best value, or at least know that we can make some improvements if those opportunities are there. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Can I first start by saying I support the motion that we received the report. It's not every day in public forum people raise concerns about council's behaviour and processes, so I think it's really important that we have these types of general discussions and inquiries and reports. I think we do need to find efficiencies. We need to find significant efficiencies, because the one thing that we do know is the ratepayer is running out of capability and appetite to keep paying more and more and more rates. So if we can't make the current dollars go further and glean efficiencies, we're going to have to keep borrowing, and that's been a legacy of the last 20 years. After all, we've managed to balance our books once, and that's something that we shouldn't be at all proud about. I am sometimes concerned how we do go out and appoint companies to do particular projects, and I would feel more comfortable, particularly if it's purported to be an independent review, that we do use the full gambit of our procurement process, go out for expressions of interest, ensure we weight Hamilton-based companies above the rest, because I think that's good practice, and I think that would be at least another example to our community that we're being transparent. Having said that, there is nothing that I see that would lead me to believe that this isn't a clear, well-managed review, and I see nothing to be concerned of. I'm happy with some of the recommendations, but it is a message to staff. We do have to leverage every opportunity for efficiencies, because we're running out of money rapidly.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I'm really pleased with the review, and I really enjoyed Chris's presentation of it, because what I really liked about it was how forthright he was right at the start. He was backing what staff do. He had heard a public submission which he disagreed with, and he was upfront about it, and he was strong about it, backing what he feels staff are doing. And I like that, because if there's one thing that you hear wherever you go, it'll be about staff, it'll be about not staff, it'll be about council projects, how they cost too much, how they saw you coming and you're paying too much for this, you're paying too much for that. And I think it's like the elephant in the room that we actually have to address, and we actually have to probably address it publicly. We have to talk about it openly and scrutinise it and get it out there and pull it apart, and find out what's in there. And I still, I'm really pleased we're having a briefing on minor transport projects, because I'm not totally convinced on that particular one. And when we look at the makeup of that Heafy Terrace traffic lights, I'm not happy with that list. And I don't believe that that list should be as long. So I think there is some room for us to move on that. And as Councillor Thompson says, you know, what are we doing in-house? What are we using consultants for? We need to look at that maybe. So I think there is room for progress, but I really thank Chris for the presentation of that report. It makes me feel a lot better about our big projects too. And but I think as a council, I think this needs to be a high priority for all of us to keep looking at, because as Councillor Wilson says, we've got bugger all money, and we need to use it wisely and be seen to be using it wisely. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further debate? Just a few comments in right reply, if I can. It's absolutely right for governance to question the efficiency of the way we work and to seek continual improvement. That is a core governance responsibility. We had already done some work, and I do want to note, I don't know if Maxine's online or not at this point in time, that we had done some work through her committee on procurement to place greater weight on local businesses for work, Whether that went far enough is another question. Do we need to look at that again? Probably. It is a governance that, so council, are charged with through LTPs and annual plans and the like in setting priorities. We set the priorities for spending, we set the priorities for the amount of capital projects that need to be done. But I also agree with both Ewan and Jeff in terms of processes that bring transparency to the costs of our business and why they are the way they are. And we are such a big business, and we are doing so much, and we are spending millions of dollars. That's not easy to achieve. But I support you on that, Jeff. I think we need to look at ways of giving people transparency, because some of what I read on social media about the cost of a project is not well informed, and we need to tackle that. And you know, perceptions become reality if they're left unchecked. Thank you again, though, to staff. It's not been a small piece of work, and it's always a challenge to look at ourselves in new ways. So thank you for that. We'll go to the vote. Thank you. Now I'm just...
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And I'm just considering, I think there are some easy things, recommendations to open, but Wairere speed limit might take some debate. Submission to net. I'm just wondering if we take a lunch break. Yes. Hungry people like me. Okay, so we will be back at 1:20. Yes? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, everyone, we're back. We've got a quorum. Welcome back, Angela. We're all good to go. So let's go. Wairere drive speed limit. Change. Thank you. Deliberations and adoptions. Report. Hello again. We were just in the lift before.
Good afternoon, councillors. Yes, we're here to talk about the Wairere Drive speed limit. This is associated with a consent requirement for Pack and Save. Following the approval from the March Infrastructure and Transport Committee, we've been out and consulted. The results of that consultation were presented to the 2nd of April Traffic Speed Limit and Road Closure Hearings panel. From the panel there were 3 questions asked, which were to confirm the scope of the speed limit change, opportunities for managing the traffic signals through there, and what would be involved with looking at the resource consent conditions again. So they've been covered off in the report, and I'm happy to take the report as read and to answer any questions.
Excellent, and that's how you take a report as read, with very few preamble words. All right, let's take some questions, please. No questions?
Chief has moved and Councillor Louise would like to second.
Excellent, moved and seconded, that's even better. That was going to be my next question. No questions. Huh? So we will then go into debate. Thank you, Jeff.
Look, it's been so well canvassed that I don't feel a need to debate.
Do you feel the need? That's the question.
I did write something. I will take the time because I think it's just been an overwhelmingly amount of feedback that's come through. Look, this decision has come a result of central government's new setting of speed limits, which was signed off in September 2024 and has subsequently brought this decision back to council. We've received 1,107 submitters, which, while it was a lot of reading for us all, it was really good to see such strong engagement and interest from our community. And I really want to take the time to thank our submitters who submitted to the committee last month and gave their feedback online too. It's really great to see people who are passionate and engaged, and really appreciate their time and investment in this. There was a lot of mixed perceptions across the board, everything from, call and reduction of speed limits and installing speed cameras to it's always backed up and you can't go over 40 k's anyway. So, quite a wide variety of responses, but I think the addition of the phasing of lights is a practical suggestion and help with traffic flow, especially given it's such a main highway. Overall, the 64% support for this was largely around how it will enable another supermarket in the West Ward, which will offer important services for our residents, but also a lot of employment opportunities. So I just want to thank everyone for submitting, for putting their input and feedback and shaping this decision. I look forward to the new supermarket in the area, but I do ask that staff keep a close eye on design to ensure disruptions to flow are minimised. So I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Straightforward, thank you. Any other debate? Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thank you, Councillor Emma, for outlining that overview for people who may be listening about the nature of the submissions, because we are in the intriguing position where, when this was previously consulted on, the significant majority were in favour of what is different from the results of this consultation, if that makes sense. I want to say that philosophically, I am one who supports the current government's overall view of lifting speed limits in many different areas where the reductions were made by the previous government. Probably won't surprise people to hear that. But I'm taking a fairly pragmatic view on this one. I understand the concerns of those who don't agree with the lowering of the speed limit, but I can't really accept their argument that in doing so in that particular area, we are going to add significantly to congestion by dropping from 80 to 60%. What I would say, however, is, as Councillor Emma has just noted, there is a very significant community benefit for the western side of the city, particularly the northwest of the city, for this supermarket to be enabled to go ahead. And essentially, it's that has caused us to have to go through this whole process again, particularly with the changes in the government's regulations. Because there is significant community benefit and economic benefit to the city, think about the investment involved, the jobs that are created, and so on. It's a driver of things that are good for the northern part of our city. To my view, while there is a price to be paid in doing this, it is a price worth paying, and I will support the motion.
Thank you. Any further? Deputy Mayor Angela.
Thank you. Been a really long journey, this one, right? Way back in 2018, I think, we consulted with the public to lower the speed, and it was about lowering the speed, and that was the consultation that we went out with, and that was no surprise to most of us, the feedback that we had. It's been a really long journey, and it wasn't a random decision, of course. It was part of a resource consent requirement. So along this journey, we've really been sort of had one hand tied behind our back. But what I want to focus on is when preparing for consultation, the first draft that we had, to me it felt a little bit still like we were focusing on reducing the speed without telling the story. So I just want to thank staff actually for allowing me to have a little bit of influence on that consultation document, because when we get the story right, the community has a better opportunity to understand the full picture, and that's what's happened here, and the results speak for themselves, being 64% of the 1,100 odd submitters supporting the speed reduction. So today, simply about backing the decision, backing our residents, backing economic growth, and doing what's right for our future. And, you know, a new supermarket creates competition because there's only one out to the northwest at the moment. Lastly, of course, we might make our decision today, but it's over to NZTA, which is very odd in my view, and I don't support that process, but it is over to them for final approval. So I sincerely hope that they listen to our community and support the path that our community and we have set. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think this issue might be on par with Founders Theatre in terms of the number of times it has come back and forth to this debating chamber. Last time we went out for consultation, more than 80% of people said no thank you, don't lower the speed limit. This time 2/3 of people said yes, please lower the speed limit. And I think a big change there is probably the way that we went out to consult and made it very clear of the benefits of lowering it, that this would determine whether a new supermarket could go in or not, and people saw the benefit of that.
I have nothing to add to that debate, so thank you. Do you need a right of reply, Jeff? Oh, you're just going to have to be that nanosecond faster.
I'm so sorry. I reckon
it's all right.
it's the delay between this and that, I reckon. But I wasn't going to say anything. I was in full agreement with Councillor Jeff in that. It's been well canvassed. But just to Councillor Sarah's point, I just want to acknowledge, the work of our comms team and how they talked about this and how they, laid out and made it so clear in that public submission blurb that was on our website. There is a lot of back and forth and taking things back and doing it again and then, flipping it all around. So it takes real work and skill to make stuff, and particularly our processes, clear to the public. So I just really wanted to acknowledge our comm staff work to make that clear, and clearly people do, for the most part, get it.
thank you, everyone. Let's go to the vote. Oh, you didn't want right to reply, did you, Jeff? No.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Bidder is dissenting.
Thank you. Let's go back to the agenda. And so we have now got straightforward things, I think. We've got the submissions to the annual plan. Pardon? Hello.
Hi.
Yes. We don't need to talk about it in great depth, do we? Because it's fairly straightforward. Tell us the pertinent things you need us to retain.
Yeah, of course. So this report is to seek approval of the draft submission to the Waikato Regional Council's annual plan, the draft letter in response to Waikato District Council's long-term plan, and to delegate authority to the Waters and Rates Working Group. I will take any questions from there.
That was very short and sweet. Thank you very much. I've lost my diligent. Where is it? There's a recommendation up there. I'm happy to move. Deputy Mayor will... What?
Sorry, I also have what I've circulated prior to lunch.
Yes. Right, so that's just the procedural bit about the public transport rate? Yes. Yes, okay. I'll move and Angela will second, or do you want to move it, Angela, and Sarah might want to second it? Doesn't really matter.
I think it's up here, Councillor Hutton Compton. That's fine.
Right, good. Okay, it is. It is moved already. To get my right lens here. Yeah. Okay. So, are there any questions of the movers or the report? No. Therefore, we'll go into debate. So we start with Councillor Hutt. Thank you.
This is pretty straightforward. Option 1 was just that it is a flat fee. We currently do everything else by capital value, so just trying to be consistent. But yeah, it's really pretty simple, and I don't think I'm not certain that us making this change will necessarily change regional council's mind, but I think it's just useful to be consistent and yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So there are two options here. Regional Council can either rate for public transport in Hamilton based on capital value, which they currently do already, or they can move to a flat fee in order to be consistent with the rest of the Waikato region where they are making rating changes. Given that 80% of the bus services are in Hamilton, I don't think that we should have to fit in with what the rest of the region is doing just to make it more simple or administratively easy for the Waikato Regional Council. We need to ask that they do what's right for people in Hamilton. With 80% of the services being here, we have a larger rate for public transport than other areas. So it makes a big difference for a low value property when you suddenly move from capital value to a flat fee. For example, a $500,000 unit in Frankton under capital value would pay around $134 a year for public transport. At a flat fee, it would suddenly jump to $278.88. And on the other side of the coin, people in more expensive properties where we assume generally have better incomes would actually pay less than they currently pay if we shifted to that flat fee. So I do think that the Regional Council should reconsider their approach. They're currently favouring a flat fee. We should ask them to keep it consistent with how we base the majority of our rates, which is on capital value, other than a relatively small portion being universal charge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate? I just speak in support of what Sarah has said and the intent of the motion from Louise, and just raise a separate issue, which is that we have relationships with the Regional Council through which decision-making that has an impact upon us in the transport area gets discussed. And this didn't, in this instance, get properly discussed in an open and collaborative way. It was decided by Regional Council. That is disappointing, and that's something we've got to seek improvement on. We are very much skin in the game when it comes to public transport options. We invest a lot of ratepayers' money into public transport infrastructure. And we have a vested interest in moving, as Sarah has said, the majority of people, which are Hamiltonians, from here to there to give them full access to transport options. So I was surprised when it came to my attention that this hadn't been a matter of discussion between the two parties. And I will be conveying that to the chair, Pam, who I will see tonight actually at the airport. And just suggesting that we need to make sure that on a no surprises basis and in a partnership sentiment that we don't get into this situation again, because it's not comfortable then in a public forum to lay criticism in this way. We would rather have talked about the implications of that decision making with their decision makers. And that's what Sarah and Angela do. And Maxine's the other person who goes, right? So, yeah, and that's what they do, and they should have been part of that. So, thank you. Any other debate? No? Go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Recommendations to open committee. We'll just go to that. There is the agenda minutes from the 22nd of March with the economic development. Ewan, would you like to approve those recommendations?
I would.
Seconded by Maria, presume? Yes, thank you. Any questions or comments on that? If not, all those in favour say aye. Opposed, carried. Oh gosh, I've flipped a page. Strategic Growth and District Committee, 8th of April. Sarah, would you like to so move? Okay, moved and seconded. Are there any questions or matters arising from that? Being none, we'll put it to the vote. All in favour, say aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you. The Finance and Monitoring Committee of the 29th of April. Maxine's not here, so Deputy to approve. Thank you. Thank you. Moved. Seconder, please. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Louise. All in favour? Opposed, carried. That brings us to the end of those, tidily. Right, excellent. So we'll now move resolution to exclude the public, please. Thank you for joining us. You've stayed with us a long time, and we really do appreciate the interest you take in our affairs. Thank you so much.
So was that moved by yourself?
Oh, it was moved by me and it was seconded by Jeff, because I'm looking at him. All in favour, opposed, carried.